you want to know what it is about cancellation. I see that you're asking me about my new arc. See, I'm going dark woke, everybody. Dark woke. Yeah, the contrarianism has finally happened. How are we doing, chat? Did we have a good Thanksgiving? You're not going out shopping today, are you? First woke or first dark? I'm a pretty woke person, not gonna lie. Just have to pretend to always have been. No, I always have been. So the horse is talking to you, because apparently OBS has been throwing this error at me and I didn't know what it was. And what it was complaining about was that the VTuber thing broke when I updated OBS. I only updated OBS to get access to fragmented MP4 outputs, otherwise I would never have updated my software. I mean, I can, like... No, wait, I can't load them at all. That's right. And I found out, like, 10 minutes before I went live, so... I had no time to fix it. Why did YouTube gamify the chat? Because they want to compete with Twitch when it comes to live streaming. So, like... Twitch kind of competes with itself in terms of making a bad product. Like, apparently on Twitch, if you try to get a refund for your donations, that just like takes the money away from the creator. On YouTube, they tell you to get fucked. Changed it all? Yeah, there's a chat leaderboard, but it's per stream, so it's very funny. So people just pre-game the chat and like post a bunch before the stream starts, and then they can have a thing on the screen that says that they're only number 3. I don't even know what you're bragging about. In the bronze medalist of PatricianTV cancellation stream number 5 chat. Do a face cam, pussy. The last time I showed my face on YouTube, a bunch of people were really upset that I went black. I don't know if I want to tear that veil further. You should have been bald. That's like insurance, okay? If you're James Rolfe and you get old as a YouTuber, then like people make jokes about you being old. But if you're me and your shtick is that you're bald and then you go bald at some point, then nobody's surprised. Like, that's not false advertising. I'm not wrong, I'm just early. Shocking, he says. Thing that I found out about you, that you said that you've been doing like multiple times a stream for 4 years. You ride bikes? That thing that you derail the stream to talk about constantly? I can't believe it. No, see, okay, Reddit is not, you're not being targeted by any kind of algorithm. What's happening is that the average Redditor has become old enough to, like, damn. Unk, Diddy, Blood, Am, Reddit might be one of the worst websites on the internet in terms of, like, it was designed in such a way to just create an awful experience. Somehow for everybody. Not just its users. Dark woke is when you repeat a bunch of like really shitty jokes on Twitter, but still get upset when someone says the R word. I think at this point the median age of 35 is young for Reddit. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. I don't feel like Reddit gets a ton of like actually young people. Outside of niche things, because how are you 19 years old browsing like Am I the Asshole? That is a subreddit for like Indians to write fan fiction of what they think it is to be white, and like depressed 45-year-olds. That's the two demographics of that like community, and that's all like popular subreddits. No, I think r/fuck cars is cringe. I think that has done more to hurt urbanism than like anything else in American discourse. It's like you should never strive to be an annoying person if you think that your belief structure might benefit the world. Generally, the advice is to not be really annoying about everything. No, it's not no work, it's anti-work. Reddit relationship advice. There's plenty of fish in the ocean. You will find someone better. Yeah. Yeah, that's how, I guess that is how they solve every problem, isn't it? Hey guys. I've been with her for the last 15 years, married, and lately there's been a bit of friction about the toilet seat, and they're like, leave her. Get on Hinge. There are other fish in the ocean who won't complain at you about something that's extremely trivial to for two adults to come to some type of compromise about. I think the worst part about Reddit is that it's what all the AI models are trained on, and so the AI models also talk like Redditors. I've been in a perpetual state of being canceled. I believe they call it being based. No. I haven't been doing a good job of like monitoring when my statements start to blow up and deleting them. So my Diogenes like uh, perspective on the world occasionally leaks out to people who aren't prepared to handle truth nukes. Like that, I do think that it's ridiculous to expect a $200 tip just because they paid $3,000 for the. I think if you work for a restaurant that can sell a $3,000 meal to 4 people, that isn't you serving them for like 6 weeks, then you should probably like ask for a raise. I don't know. It seems like a lot of emotional labor to put that on me. Me personally, but you know, that's not class solidarity. To embrace this tradition that's been warped into this like fucked up justification in some places to pay people less than minimum wage, and then like I have to accept the emotional baggage, and I'm the bad person, not the people that decided to pay sub minimum wage. No, I'm the bad person because I only tip 15%. The real question is, am I brave enough to stop tipping at all? Does anybody... Is there anybody who has a job for 12 years? Hang on, before you answer that, that isn't already 65. I feel like I don't know anybody that's had a, like, continuous job for that long. You should live in a country that doesn't require tipping to leave. There's... Nobody requires tipping. But yeah, people... No, that's not what... I don't think that's even what people were mad at me about. Hang on. The last thing that people were mad at me about was for me saying that extra credits really isn't that big of a deal and is not that influential. This guy... This guy wanted to blame extra credits for the entire industry of writers in the games field. Believes that monsters and aliens represent minority groups. The entire games industry. And that if you play as a Nazi, that's endorsing it. And that they should charge more money. It's like, no. No, and here's why. The first one, yes, we're talking about Twitter drama specifically because it bothers the one person in the pre-chat. And I figure, since we're, you know, we're having time here for people to stream in, get ready for the stream, and we got to talk about something, I would bother that one person specifically, and just to say that so far, it seems like Wizards of the Coast is the only company that believes orcs are black people to like any degree, and even that's really inconsistent. The Nazi thing is mostly that you can't show swastikas in Germany or on YouTube for that matter. And companies, you know, Paradox really wants YouTubers to play Hearts of Iron 4. I don't know if you know this. So when you play one of the most popular factions in Hearts of Iron 4, you know, the you might have heard of them, the Third Reich. They probably don't want for the entire game for there to be a swastika in the top left of the screen where your flag is. Just a thought. And so maybe that's why they put the Iron Cross there instead. And then the $70 video game thing, that's just economic reality. You live in an inflationary economy. Everything gets more expensive. But no, it's extra credits. Extra credits is why games are $70 now. It's true, bro. It makes no sense. It's a manji. OLED burnt-in swastika icon. It is true because it is there like almost the entire game. You have to pop like a panel out. You just AFK and it burns in the iron cross in the top left of your screen. I think games should cost $100 just so it piss people off. I am in my phase where it's like I kind of just want to piss people off these days, and not in a like everybody everywhere all the time kind of way, but more in like a I've been too easy on some people. The Outer Worlds 2, The Outer Worlds 2 is very irony poisoned. It makes writing about it extremely, extremely tedious. Because the game is fine. The game is not some grand anti-capitalist message. It's not at all. There was an article recently from like PC Gamer that was like, well, I guess the creators of Outer Worlds 2 are not media literate enough to understand what they're critiquing. And it's like, there's just not some fundamental misunderstanding on their part that they don't know what their game is about. It's that you believed Microsoft's really bad marketing, that the game is anti-capitalist, and now you're upset that once you actually play more than past the main menu, that it's not actually the thing that you think it is. Because nobody's played the Outer World. Nobody's played the Outer Worlds 2. It's like a game that people own so that they can say that they've played it. And then there's like probably only 50,000 people on Earth that have ever played the Outer Worlds 2. I think I have, hang on. I can tell you. I have 84 hours in the Outer Worlds 1. Probably the most that isn't somebody just AFKing the game. Did I say that? Did I say that it would be better to have the Iron Cross than a swastika? I didn't give my opinion at all on that subject. I said that the reason why you don't see more Nazis in games is because games want to be able to be sold in Germany and want to be able to be streamed on YouTube and Twitch. That's why they put the Iron Cross in Hearts of Iron 4 instead of the swastika. Like, it's a very simple point. I feel like not enough people know that it's literally fucking illegal in Germany to show a swastika. You might have heard of this thing that happened called World War II. It's not illegal if it's for education or religion. Yeah, okay, but we're talking about Paradox here. We're talking about game publishers. The, like, most cowardly group of people on the planet. You're like throwing, like, guys, my YouTube description says that the video is for educational purposes only, so, you know, don't mind me. It's not slander, it's not illegal, it's not child porn. It's educational. It's like, shut up. Shut up. It doesn't matter that there's some fucking loophole, okay? Remember, the position that you're taking is that extra credits, some YouTube channel, has more responsibility and presence in this thing than the entire website of YouTube. Being censorious and not wanting people to show happy windmills in their videos. Yeah, you know why? Because Machine Games is cool enough to not care. Because I feel like there's a tiny difference between Wolfenstein and Hearts of Iron 4. I'm not sure what it is. It might be that in Wolfenstein you only have one thing that you can do, whereas in Hearts of Iron 4 you can play as the fascists. That might be a difference in, because you have to know about the German law is that it's case by case. It's not if swastika equals jail time. It's they apply that law on a case by case basis, and it's just the impetus to start something. And then it's up to the judge to determine, you know, how guilty you are. I hear extra credits is owned by the Rothschilds. It's true. I feel like, I don't know, at this point, if you're still talking about the Rothschilds, then, like, you might be old school, the fun type of conspiracy theorists, because the lame ones all moved on. They all found new guys. I feel like, do people even talk about George Soros still? I feel like his name extently only gets brought up anytime there's a protest. The only billionaires I hear about are, like, Musk and Jeff Bezos. I don't know why I hear about Jeff Bezos. You're in the middle of the bullshit about canceling Patrician TV. Listen, I am canceled now. I said that extra credits is not the sole factor that's responsible for Wizards of the Coast being extremely gay. It turns out that there might be more to it than just extra credits one time in the, like, 50 videos that they put out in a year. One time they had a cringe take that came from them hiring some blogger whose entire shtick up to that point had been, hey guys, orcs are problematic because they represent black people. They hired that guy to write an episode, and it was cringe as fuck. I don't think, me personally, that episode was really, like, that big a deal in terms of, like, influencing things. And see, that gets me canceled, because we've all agreed that extra credits is the woke boogeyman that's responsible for Wizards of the Coast being cringe and lame. It's not that Wizards of the Coast was already cringe and lame. How's the Fallout 3 video coming? Well, see, now we're on topic. Now we're getting into the topic. Today we're going to be talking about Caesar's Legion. Talking about it. Quite a controversial faction, I will say. Fallout show not making any of it easier. I gotta say, first of all, I'm impressed with the Fallout show in the sense that The last time that I was able to be pissed off. No, this isn't paint. This isn't paint, so it's not. It's not Thor's whiteboard. The last time I was pissed off with a show from just seeing like still images of it was like Halo Season 2. Because like if you remember the marketing for Halo Season 2, it's like John Halo would be sitting in a Pelican not wearing the helmet. There was like one promotional image where they wore the helmets, and then everything else was him not wearing the helmets. And it's like, cool. Same thing with like with Fallout Season 2. I just see like still images of it and I know that like in my heart of hearts, I don't even have the morbid curiosity to look. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. It sounds bad. It's like every implication just from the still images is already telling me that they've gone about this completely wrong. But I gotta pretend. I gotta pretend because, you know, you're allowed to really pog out and have a fucking conniption and say, I can assume that something will be good before it comes out. If you dare assume that it's bad before it comes out, oh man. It's like I'm watching it come out and it looks bad, so. Can you elaborate on that still images thing? I mean, I feel like I explained it. The still images look cringe. Why are the kings ghouls? I thought you guys retconned ghouls. And like they need like a serum now, like a medicine. Like how are the kings as a faction getting their hands on? Why are they ghouls? Why are there the kings at all? Why is the 4 factions that we're showing, one of them the kings? And I can already see that like Caesar's Legion in 2025? Are you kidding? No, there's no way that's gonna be good. Why are there multiple Pride wins in Vegas? Because, you know, listen, there's this guy called Todd Howard, and he has this fan fiction Warhammer 40k Space Marine Legion called the Brotherhood of Steel. And they gotta show you how the Brotherhood of Steel is just the strongest and biggest dick faction in the entire wasteland. It's funny because it's kind of a narrative problem now, where now they're stuck. Before, it was like they were doing it out of like obligation to the guy who's on the box art, so you got to show him in every game, right? That's the reason the Brotherhood of Steel always shows up. Now they're stuck with the writing premise where it's like, it doesn't matter where in the world they set the games or what time period. There's no reason why the Brotherhood of Steel shouldn't be there. Because, like, they're just this wandering faction. They have airships. They have airships and they can show up in the past. Not because they're time travelers, but because, like, you know. So Elder Maxon sent out a radio broadcast, which means that they should be everywhere. And they have airships, so that, like, 200 years later, they should also be everywhere. So now they're, like, even if they wanted to stop using them, they couldn't. If they did make like a Fallout game set in post-war China, the Brotherhood of Steel would still show up. 100%. Yeah, there are airships in that game that no one considers canon otherwise. Except for that partially explains them crossing the country. Nobody cares about tactics. What shitty stakes for a series to be like, well, we don't want the Brotherhood of Steel to show up, so we'll just say they got wiped off screen. You know, like there's other ways you can just not include people. All right. Caesar's Legion or Caesar's Legion. We'll get to the language thing. We got to start big. All right. Big question. Are they evil? This will be a healthy. I don't foresee any kind of issue with asking that question. All right, guys. Now, there's going to be a lot of words here. A lot of words here that when you summarize it will equal the sentence, equal the word yes. But all right, so to get into why the there we go, the Brotherhood of Steel. No. Yes, but and then I don't know, we grab like lorem ipsum. Oh, it's stifling my bit. Well, it would have been a funny bit to put like a billion words in there. All right, let's talk about moral relativism. Well, you see, morality is different because listen. No, I actually think they're not evil. I think that they have a propensity to do evil things. But it would be completely against the point of Fallout, really, to say, like, definitively that, like, Caesar's Legion is evil. I think, like, if we make a list of who is evil here, Caesar, even though... Oh, hang on. Widen that. Caesar, even though... You gotta ignore the karma rating, first of all. Because the karma rating... He's neutral. And the logic behind it is that he believes it, so he's not evil, which I think is... God, I fucking hate karma. It's such a dumb idea. Sorry, not the spiritual karma. The, well, maybe the spiritual karma. Okay, hang on. Sidebar. Hello. How did I lock it up? Sidebar, we'll put it in a circle. Is karma spirituality fringe? We're asking a lot of questions here. The answer is yes. No, karma's a bad system, and I do this bit with Fallout 3 a lot, where it's like, well, we can say something is good or evil, or we could just check if they drop a finger or an ear when you kill them, which is a very funny way to go about things. But no, I think it's productive to say that Caesar and Caesar is a bad person. But he's an interesting person. Um, so like he grew up in Southern California, um, under the followers of the apocalypse. Why? I think it was his dad got killed by raiders, or like his family farm was attacked by raiders, and so he's got kind of this raider complex from this like childhood trauma that he endured. And so it's like he goes out on this mission. Sorry, we don't call it a mission because the followers of the apocalypse are like a secular faction. But he goes out on this mission to Arizona to translate languages so that the followers of the apocalypse could teach them about not God. And they get attacked by this tribe that behaves like the raiders. And he's like, fuck it. Total raider death. Literally, who hasn't been attacked by raiders, though? But that's the point. That's the point. Okay? Is Caesar evil? He solved the raider problem. Raider complex from childhood. PRD. Are raiders evil? Yes. Hang on. Sidebar. Are raiders evil? Don't let the fact that it says yes in capital letters influence your opinion on whether raiders are evil or not. Are raiders counter-cultural anti-capitalists? We'll draw a kind of a connection between these two ideas. All right, so we got a guy who probably has post-traumatic stress disorder or some variation. It's the post-apocalypse, so they don't really pathologize these things. I don't think the followers, even the followers of the apocalypse, have like good mental health care. Oh, well, see, okay, hang on. You're saying that they buy and sell drugs so they participate in capitalism. So, now we gotta ask the question, is it enough to do business? Or are we defining capitalism as the accumulation of capital? Because sometimes we do it freaky like that. It loosely fits. This is an official document. I can put in it. What is the redeeming quality of the Legion? We're getting to that. We're talking about it. Like killing raiders. Okay? Players kill raiders, then have the gall to think it's cringe when somebody actually deals with them on a societal level. All right, so he's wiping out all the raiders. Is there anything? Let's see. Genocide. All right, sidebar. Is genocide evil? Is wiping out distinct cultural tribes by killing all their fighting age men, marrying their women, and raising their children in your Rome LARP Legion cringe? I feel like this is a... You got. I feel like point number 3 is going to be talked about more than point number 2. Misogynist or gay? The same thing? Question mark? No, we can't. We gotta do a square. This is some... Genocide is somehow less evil than being mean to women. I'm gonna put being mean to women in quotes so that you understand that there is more nuance to that, but at some level, I think that genocide's a bad thing. It might be worse than misogyny, but I'm not 100%. I'm not 100% on if that's true or not. So sidebar. Gaza or women? And I'm not going to elaborate any further on how that's related. I mean, I'll draw this arrow here. If the yaoi is good enough, does that make it okay? I feel like we need to get our first pictures in here. Arcade Israel Gannon. Sorry, I'm dropping the middle... I am dropping middle name lore. His middle name is Israel. I can't take that picture because I'm banned from Reddit. I'm not joking, by the way. I am banned from Reddit. I have not been able to, like, read Reddit to diagnose problems in, like, a fresh minute because my IP is site banned. This over here, make a bit of room. Okay. And I feel like in big letters we need to emphasize this is Arcade Israel Gannon. Oops. I'm not a fan that I gotta like know how big I want the text box to be. Arcade Israel Gannon. Israel? You see, Gaza. Oh my god. So Caesar's Legion is a choice between Israel and Gaza? No, I'm not even going to note that. I'm not even going to note that. Looking for a picture of Caesar. I mean, this is good enough. It's really low resolution. But someone in shitified the internet. There we go. The Magic the Gathering art for it. How does this tie back to D&D? It doesn't. More tools. I just need the emoji tool, to be honest. Does Excalibur take emojis? LGBT flag emoji. Like, I could put the image in for the effect, but you know. There we go. I don't know why the LGBT flag is so cursed like that. What's wrong with this flag? What the fuck, Excalibur? What, like, font pool is it pulling that from? Why is there brown in it? Why is the LGBT flag emoji pink, orange, brown, green, blue, purple? That's not... Anyways. Alright. Is there any other major points about Caesar? I feel like we're hammering home kind of the main thrust here. Night mode inverted. That's it. Well, I mean, like, we're in Obsidian, though, so why is it night mode inverted? Slavery? Slavery. Is it legal? No, wait. We're not asking questions here. Slavery. Alright. Is slavery bad because of the 13th Amendment? Or is it bad because the Pope said so? It's a good question. We really need to get these leftist thought leaders talking about whether slavery is bad just because the government says so or because the Pope says so. I feel like there's no other kind of moral way to answer if slavery is bad than those two paradigms. There's no other perspective on slavery being a bad thing. Is it really slavery if the slaves are women? They had male slaves. Okay, hang on. That's a good point. That's a good point. Claims to have read Hegel. I feel like that is like a big kind of marker of someone's character, is if they're one of those guys that brags about reading Hegel. He hasn't read it. I know he hasn't read it. Because when he says he was reading it, he was online on Steam playing Hearts of Iron 4. This motherfucker gets his entire, like, philosophy base from playing Hearts of Iron 4 alt history mods. And then, like, when he goes to Thanksgiving, he pretends that he understands it by claiming that he's read Hegel. Slavery is bad for a capitalistic society because it kind of divorces the value of work entirely from work itself. All right, I mean, we can talk about that. Is slavery a good thing if we are operating under a labor theory model of economics? Question mark. It's free. Don't they crucify people? We're listing evil things right now. Can you save the good things for later? Hang on. So this is all evil things? Let's make a section for good things. Uh Christian. No. Crucifies people. All right, consider we no, we could do better. Crucifixion is a based way to kill people. Line that up. All right. He's anti-drug. So I feel like this is an actual point, not just like the shitpost section over here. American war on drugs. Because that means it's actually about something. And it's not just like... I feel like... I mean, this is all about something too. It's just, you know... I'm taking it way less seriously than like, you know... I feel like a writer from 2010 would actually want a discussion about the war on drugs. Viewers in the chat are debating whether a character's actions are misogynistic or stem from being gay. The discussion involves topics like genocide, gender roles, and interpretation of the character within a specific game or narrative. Yeah, that sounds about right. Alright, but have we considered the trans question? What does Kaiser think about trans people? Chat, I'd love to know. Made homosexuality cool. Taboo. I think anybody who's practiced before could say that it's better when it's taboo. Alright, but hear me out, hear me out. Hypocrite. He swears. Frowny face. Guys, this is a bigger deal than you realize. Okay? You don't understand. Um, where could we put a section on? Hypocrisy is worse than actually being evil. I guess this is the wrong symbol for that. Maybe it's greater to be evil than it is to be a hypocrite. Because he preaches austerity, but then he swears a lot. All right, let's see. Anything else? Are we missing any other fine points here? I don't know. It's Excalibur, so it's whatever font that uses. He set the Mormons on fire. All right. I think we've kind of nailed we've kind of nailed Caesar to a cross here. No. I guess we got to make a new section for Vulpes Inculta. So big, holy shit. Alright, I guess, chat, we're starting there. He's a furry. That is a bad thing. So, big question. Is furry bad because it's cringy? Or is it bad because it spits in God's eye and suggests that he created us incorrectly? Put that in the pseudo-religious question section here. Well, okay, hang on. I feel like some in the chat are having a disagreement here, so square box because it's more of an objective assessment here. But being furry is about anthropomorphization. I'm not looking up if that's spelled correctly. Oh, well, Obsidian's gonna spoil it. Oh, it's got no suggestion. It's got no suggestion on how to unfuck that word. Anthropomorphization, i.e. creating an artificial identity around, which is not quite anthropomorphization, but that's the word we're going to use anyways, around human, no, not an animal, human hybrid character. It doesn't necessarily belie sex with animals, but that is in there, like squares, rectangles. No, and hang on, we'll illustrate that point. Is square, is rectangle. Is rectangle, is not square. Right, and then we'll draw a line from squares. We'll draw a line from rectangles. This is all connected. All right, hang on. I'm glad you're finally catching this stream. Let's ask the question: is sex with animals actually bad, or is it just a Western social construct? We're gonna put yes, but we're not gonna clarify which question we're answering. And I think that should please everyone. I think everybody will be happy with the furry point if we just leave it at that. All right, so Volpes and Colta on the morality. So far we have that he's a furry. I don't necessarily think that's the strongest point to make, like, out the gate, but you know, you do you, chat. You do you. Let's get a picture. Jamie, can we get a picture of Volpes? Jamie, that's a WebP. I don't know. I don't know if Obsidian can load it. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, it can load it, but like, you know, I'm just expressing my concern because that file format's not always compatible, Jamie. All right. Basically a federal agent. All right. What else here? I guess I'll clarify. He's like kind of the CIA for the Legion. Yeah, he is glowing. Anything else? I feel like the terrorism point is wrapped up in the federal agent thing. But like, okay. We'll broadly call this section the Global War on Terror. I don't get it. How's he a Fed? So he is a... Lopez and Colta is kind of given the unilateral authority to go into enemy territory and do psyops to fuck with whoever the Legion's at war at. And so it's like half of the stuff that people west of the Colorado River think about the Legion is a Volpes psyop, basically. And he's responsible for stuff like, oh yeah, Omertas, you'll totally be able to still do the drugs and sex with women thing when you're in the Legion. Yeah, totally, guys. So he's going around lying to tribes about what life under the Legion would be like. He is kind of setting up these situations to destroy towns or communities or what have you. all in the name of like being a destabilizing factor in a region. Is terrorism okay as long as we call it destabilization? Work on this circle smaller. All right. Any other Volpez points? He's kind of a major character, but at the same time, he's really not a complex character. And I think that's kind of a problem. I don't know. I feel like a 2025 lens says raiders are marginalized people, but a 2010 lens says that raiders are just like generic bad guys. I think the problem is I don't believe that raiders are marginalized people. Where can we fit this in here? Are raiders a marginalized people? Does that excuse their behavior? Mercy for the guilty, punishment for the innocent. There we go. I mean, I guess this is Wolpez's character. It's kind of fitting that he really has, like, for being a major role, he really doesn't have a whole lot going on. But we can loop back to him. Then, oh, no. Legate Linnaeus. Is a persona. Alright, and the persona fans are making their unfunny joke. Alright, I guess we gotta put in the good category is tall. You. No, I'll make this a serious point. I'll make the. We'll move our section on furries over. Artificial identity. And I'll clarify a bit what that means. America's cultural identity artificially created after the founding. I could do stuff like I've done it before. No. May I? Please? There we go. It doesn't just have to be straight lines. I think we ought to bend this line a bit. I don't think it's clear on if Linnaeus is multiple people. He is artificial, but I don't think that actually means that he's multiple people. But okay, is the question, is he multiple people at the same time, or is he multiple people in a continuity? I think Linnaeus is too new of a concept to have been multiple people already, because that implies that Kaiser is constantly finding and replacing new Linnaeuses with old ones. Because the whole point is that it's secret that he's not a real person. So he can't just be openly like, yeah, the role is open, time to get another one. And it's only been around for like 3 years. Does Linnaeus suffer from multiple personality disorder? No. Again, I don't know why people struggle with Linnaeus as a concept. You guys know that, like, Superman's not real, right? Or, like, Johnny Appleseed. Yeah, no, Joshua was not Linnaeus. It was the Malpace Legate. But there was no implication that Legate Lannius is replacing Joshua Graham, but Joshua Graham wasn't Legate Lannius. That's not the point. The point is that Lannius isn't real. That's not who he is. This story of, like, he was this tribal warrior that was just obsessed with violence, got burned horrifically, and, like, Kaiser gave him a mask if he wiped out his entire tribe for being weak. That's a fake story. That didn't happen. Are we sure the original tribes Caesar started with are real? Well, I mean, we meet Joshua Graham. Joshua Graham attests that they were real. I think there might be followers of the Apocalypse dialogue that acknowledges that, like, the Blackfoots were real. I feel like, of all the things to make up, the founding myth doesn't necessarily have to be it. Because America's cultural identity is artificial, but it is based on something. The Revolutionary War did happen. So it's like the founding of the Legion probably did happen, but the kind of mythos that's being created, because what Kaiser wants is their equivalent of the near universal figures of American cultural identity, like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, and Lincoln's too far later, even though he is in that category. If we're talking about the time period when the Federalists were creating the American mythos, then like that's kind of what they leaned into. And even though those were real people, obviously, a lot of the identity aspects are played up. There are multiple people in the costume, that's why he's so big. Uh, I'm gonna blow this. Nietzsche and I didn't throw the SH in there. Alright, so have we answered the question, are they evil? Or have we just delayed it? Is it only selecting the box? Select the words, please. There we go. Just doing a little organizing here. Before this gets too schizophrenic. But it can be a bit fickle. Alright, fuck it. Alright. Western morality. We call it Western morality because we don't want to attribute it to English. But by merit of being here, you are either from an English-speaking country or a country that is economically influenced by the English world. And so to some degree, you've learned English as a language. And you probably share some moral precepts about morality with the majority of us. Which generally tends to be stuff like slavery is bad. I don't even feel like I need to like start with murder is bad because I think that's something universal. What other moral character can we say about Western morality? Worship money. Yeah. I'm going to say that I'm going to generalize it more as unfocused bigotry is bad. And I put that in the case of like you're not supposed to discriminate against people on a broad societal scale. That generally seems to be the outcome of Western morality, is that that tends to be a bit unconstitutional. And not endorsed. You can be bigoted in a to degrees of social acceptability as long as it's focused. Women's rights tends to be kind of a Western morality thing compared to most of the world. Individualism. Suffrage is pretty recent, but so is a lot of things. I guess I should preference specifically we're talking about as of 2010. I like that just gay is good. Like, that's not part of Western morality to say X is good. I do think that, like, scientific method slash secular thinking can be in this auspice of, like, Western morality. Yeah, a big part of Western morality, Reddit. All right, let's see. McDonald's. Meritocracy. Yeah, that is kind of universal in in the way that Western people think. Because you do have like you have caste systems or you have kind of societal arrangement. Okay, so we'll talk about that later, the freedom over safety thing, because that's more in the global war on terror section. So the whole point is that we're kind of building to is that this can be broadly interpreted as a loose moral framework for generally what the NCR represents. Right. And so then we have to have contrast with Legion morality. So we start, if we're doing like point by point, obviously we start with like What's the right way to put this? I mean, I'm just gonna put slavery, but you know, I feel like that's not really emphatic enough. Homophobia is encouraged, social utilitarian. I feel like hang on. So I want to make the point that only strong women have rights, but the problem is that the only example of that is the player character. And I generally tend to be against that because the player character is already something of an aberration. But it is canonical that in a Legion ending, if you're a woman character, then you are a woman in the Legion who has rights. And so it's kind of a weird thing, like are open to a woman PC having rights. Not rights, but autonomy. I don't even think like a male Legion player has rights because you live in that like autocratic system. That's why I specify the player character part because whenever Courier 6 is involved, weird shit happens. But I do think that because Ulysses has this point that if you're a woman in the Legion, you can bring it up to him, and he'll make this point that like that's clearly evidence that the Legion is changing as a faction in the Mojave. All right, collectivism. That one's pretty obvious. Luddite thinking. By the way, because I was thinking about this in um, another capacity. What's the better way to refer to kind of Luddite thinking? There's more ways if you're allowed modern kind of wording, but I was thinking about like if you are writing about like a fantasy setting, how do you express the idea of Luddite? Because Luddite is like an industrial group of people that were kind of pushing back against the factory. Yeah, the only thing is I don't think primitivist is going to be in the vocabulary of like a 16th century person. Does the Legion have a caste system? I mean, it kind of does. Military caste, not a racial or cultural caste. But I mean, you do have stuff like slave. Like, you're not breaking out of the slave caste. I do think it's fair to say that it is something of a caste system. Guys, they're not really communists. They just own, all of the means of production. And we'll get we'll have that discourse later. What's the counterpoint to like empathy and charity? What's the Legion's stance on charity? Is there a harsh enough word for we don't do that here? Cruelty? I did. No. No, let's not be Reddit here. You know, they're inherently cruel. They go around kicking puppies. Yeah, it is like social Darwinism would be kind of the counterpoint. And you can see that, like, point by point, there's some pretty interesting, pretty obvious disparities here. Legion equals Rome equals China. Did I spell Caesar wrong? No. No, no, not that image. Here we go. Ew. What's happening with the color? Alright, alright, alright. Hear me out, chat. Hear me out. Alright, alright. Well, I don't know what's going on with the colors of these flags, but the broader point I was making was that they're all red and yellow. The whole idea is, firstly, you have America versus Rome, America's inspiration. Because Americans, or, well, America as a concept, the founders were very educated when it came, and the classical education they had was Roman history. And so when they were coming up with their own like government system, you know, the Roman Republic was and the empire was obviously very present in their mind. Then you have America, modern, versus China, communist. That's the other kind of thing that it's commenting on, because this is a Fallout game, and the commentary of like pre-war America and their cultural conflict with China is obviously like something that the game is commenting on a bit. All right, chat, this is true. You make an excellent point. And I think this is broadly what the game is saying. Is America really that different? I think, yeah, I think if you sat down and asked Josh Sawyer or Chris Avallone, you know, they would say that the McDonald's connection really ties together the theming of Fallout New Vegas. America has a stock market. America has a stock market, but if you go against the CCP at all, they liquidate your company and kill you. Like, it really is interesting how captured a lot of people are just by like the basic rhetoric. Like, do you think that because they call it the People's Republic of China that that makes it like a democratic country? Do you think that because it's called Antifa that just inherently makes them the good guys? Like everything they do ever is good? If so, you should check out our prior discussion about Legatlantius and artificial identity, and maybe we'll loop back to that, the merit of controlling symbols and defining things in those ways. People's Democratic Republic of Korea. Yeah, I mean with a name like that, you know. How else could that go? How else could that be interpreted except that they are a democratic republic? Yeah, it does have private ownership. Like so did I guess we gotta have the fascism versus communism sidebar where one of these groups of people, and I won't specify which one it is, that really likes to try to make this point. One of these groups of people, they really think that like if you control the discourse and you say you emphasize how different you are, then that will mean that you're different, okay? State controls industry. And in this system, state controls industry but allows private ownership if the owner agrees with the state. I mean, these are totally different things, guys. That guy that's super loyal, that CEO of that Chinese company that's super loyal to the CCP, yeah, that's basically the same as Jeff Bezos. Guys, we're different because if you associate us, then people will see us as a bad thing. All right, where are we at here? Legion morality versus Western morality. And then we were explaining kind of the layers. Kind of the what the game is trying, what the points are trying to be made here. Unfortunately, oh, hang on. It turns out that Asher is not just a Fallout character. We do have to talk about another kind of impetus for Caesar's Legion, which is this guy from Fallout 3. Asher slash Pit Raiders. Slavery is justified because economy. Slavery is justified and temporary because economy. There we go. Bothers me that like the word wrap was so aggressive there. Now, some Fallout fan is probably going to be really upset and be like, actually, Caesar's Legion was written for Fallout Van Buren, and Fallout Van Buren predates Fallout 3 by 4 years, so Asher can't. Asher can't be an influence on Kaiser's writing at all. Even though there are multiple parts of Fallout New Vegas that are direct commentaries on themes from Fallout 3, we're just going to completely discount Asher as being influential on Caesar's Legion because I said so. Even though, like, Caesar's Legion barely existed in the Fallout Bible at all because it was mostly focused on the California part, and Caesar's Legion was tied to Denver originally. And yes, they are doing basically the same thing, running a slave economy in the post-apocalypse. True, true. We got to have the Asher sidebar here. Is not gay. Canonically fucked a woman. I mean, that is something to consider. Does not crucify people. Did not ban drugs. Does not endorse cannibalism. Oh man, we didn't even talk about the cannibalism thing. Alright, sidebar. If Legion members ignore the cannibal perk, and the White Glove Society joins them, does that mean the Legion eats? The Legion actually does eat pussy. It's a good question. What do you mean by Fallout New Vegas did commentary on Fallout 3? Fallout New Vegas, if you interpret the story, can like broadly be interpreted as like a sequel to Fallout 3 in the sense that like the battle at the end of Fallout 3 is supposed to be allegorical with the first battle for the Hoover Dam. And so you're kind of in that aftermath, and it's exploring this like idea of the resource conflict. There's other things, if I had the time or the script was more on my mind, where I've drawn kind of parallels that, you know, the people that made Fallout New Vegas also played Fallout 3. You got to remember that. Fallout 3 was a big game when it came out, which was right before Fallout New Vegas was developed. And so like there was a lot of like kind of cross-pollination going on there. But I do think that like Asher on some level is playing a part in Kaiser's definition. You can tell House that the White Gloves eat people. When in history have slaves been freed following a productivity gain? Renaissance Europe? If you're one of those like serfs or slaves people. Let's see, where are we at here? Slaves were not free until commies dissolved the Tsar. Yeah, just ignore the Arabian Peninsula or like most of Africa. Can we go back to the McDonald's angle for that moment for this moment? McDicks. Would eat McDicks if it existed. I do think that this is an element where the NCR and the Legion would get along. If there was McDonald's on the New Vegas Strip, then there could be peace in our time. All right, but have we considered the following question? Is Freeside a stand-in for Gaza and the 2023 bombardment by Israel? I'll let that percolate in the back of your minds for a bit here. Is giving up personal autonomy for purity an acceptable trade-off? That's kind of the inherent underlying question of the global war on terror era policymaking is what you have to give up to defeat terrorism actually worth that price? Is the TSA worth it, basically? And this was a big discourse in mid to late 2000s. People think I'm crazy that when I say that Fallout 3 is about the global war on terror, but I stand by that take. Okay, sidebar. This isn't even a question. America lost the 2003 war with Iraq. It's not even a question. That's just my stance on it. We accomplished single objective, which was to kill Saddam Hussein. For, quote, economic imperialism, unquote, sure did bad fucking job at it. Stick that over there. All right. Let's see. All right, class. Next subject. Slavery. Is it a bad thing? I mean, is it really a bad thing? If you really stop and think about it, there is literally no difference between having a giant piece of luggage tied to your back, being forced with a whip to carry it 50 miles across the Arizona desert, and having a part-time job at do I specify at Walmart? At an Amazon fulfillment center. There's a trademark? I gotta respect the trademark here. It would be wrong of me not to respect Mr. Bezos's trademark there. I am trying to go over to Twitch, so. No, there's literally no difference. Hang on. If I can't quit my job because of rent, groceries, is that not literally the same as being worked to death in the Arizona desert, carrying 50 pounds of lubricant for gay legionary sex? I'm asking the fucking question here, okay? No. It doesn't respect strike through. I'd like to strike this from the record. Please don't clip this. It would make my dark book pivot a lot harder. Is there a meaningful difference between Legion slaves and NCR prison laborers? Prison labor is justified by the law, but under Legion law, so is slavery. So you can't make any kind of, like, legal case for, like, well, slavery is bad because it's illegal, because, one, if you say it's not illegal, that doesn't then just morally justify it. I would say the Brotherhood of Steel, of any faction in the game, the Brotherhood of Steel is definitely the one that's circumcising people. I'm gonna use the restroom. Talk amongst your. I will put the most important point up on screen for you guys. You can debate this while I use the restroom. Here's a thought, and this is going to be an interesting sidebar. Would the Legion allow lube, or is that too much like a Kim? They might be dry beaters over there. That's all I'm saying. Oh, you haven't seen the full chart? This is where we're at so far in like 90 minutes. All right. Slavery. Is there a meaningful difference between Legion slaves and NCR prison laborers? I feel like every answer is no and yes, but with like a billion words for that ultimately loops it back around to no. If you say like, I am being punished by the court, I mean, again, that's just, you're saying that because we have this legal circumstance that we can enslave you, that justifies it. All right, prison labor is temporary, no, hang on, quote, temporary, quote, slavery is forever. All right, here's why that argument is cringe and wrong. First of all, we've never seen in-game an example of a prison laborer being let out. No. We've never canonically seen a released prisoner. Yeah, the powder gangers were let out. Most slaves don't live long anyways. These are my counterpoints. Yes, you're going to have to seriously debate along the line of there has never been a released prisoner showcased in Fallout New Vegas. This is what arguing on the internet is like. Well, actually, I've come up with this scenario where you have to argue against this thing that was never shown. Oh, true, Myers can be pardoned. Damn, New Vegas thought of everything. But see, that's not relief. Hang on. No, stop. Pardons are, if you accept a pardon, that is an admission of guilt. That's not a release as a prisoner. So counterpoint, because Hunter Biden accepted the pardon, that makes him guilty. Pardon doesn't equal release. And we'll make sure to note, Hunter Biden was pardoned and accepted money to give foreign countries like Ukraine access to his father, who was vice president and eventually president. You really got to make it small to get it to fit there, but Yeah. Always read the fine print, chat. It's true. The NCR doesn't send a player to prison. So I feel like definitively we can say that the NCR and the Legion are literally the same thing. All right, let's see. Charity versus Darwinism. Are the followers of the apocalypse, God damn, I can't type today, an effective organization? Is their effectiveness tied to their value? Does the NCR supporting charity programs Freeside meaningfully matter? Is the charitable propping up of Freeside contributing to the eventual creation of more fiends and inevitably rape of women, and so by proxy, in terms of practical application, the NCR is actually responsible for more cases of in-game sexual assault than the Legion? I'm asking a fucking question here. How would the Legion fix Freeside? Crucifixions, slavery. So again, it all comes back to like the prior points of crucifixion and slavery. Does the Legion have a more effective means of dealing with groups like the Fiends? Is the loss of personal autonomy worth that effectiveness? And what does it say that the Legion uses? No, the Legion extently backs groups like the Fiends through the Great Khans in order to win. Gotta work on extant. So extantly is not a word, huh? I mean, I disagree, because the problem is the Fiends, as a faction, don't exist. Are like they don't exist under the Legion in Legion territory. They don't replace them, right? Because the Legion aren't murdering, raping thieves who kill indiscriminately. They're just murdering and raping thieves who conquer you. Is there a practical difference between the Legion and Fiends? Yes. I'm gonna go so far as to say yes, dumbass. Oh no. Been exposed. Fiends murder indiscriminately. Legion has laws. Favorite cursed location. I love the Plague Lands. Wow. Just kind of the atmosphere of the like post-Scourge wasteland. I think WoW does a lot of like po good post-war locations. No, the Legion has laws. They're not LARPing. Like, they have laws, they just don't have a justice system. If you're a legionary, you can't just indiscriminately kill people just because you're bored. Like, that's not how the Legion works. Do we really got to do... Alright. It's time for the section, chat. No, so like there is an interesting discussion about what did the kids say it? SA between people that are west of the river and people that are east of the river, where people who are west of the river have a different perception of what's going on in Legion lands. And I also think that this has contributed to like this idea, like, again, every time I talk about the Legion, there are people who will talk to me about it who will describe the Legion as being like Skaven breeding pits, where it's just like, if you're a woman, like, it sounds fetishistic. I'm just gonna put it bluntly. There's like this idea that like, oh, I'm just a poor woman and I'm walking around the Legion camp and I can't stop getting SA'd. I can't, they keep writing essays about me and they just won't stop. And it's like, nowhere is that depiction the case. The main examples are like Boone's wife gets kidnapped to be enslaved. We assume that she's going to be married to a legionary. And so there's going to be a sort of marital essay written there about what's going on, right? So that is one case to be made. But it's translated to this idea that there are these prolific video essayists that are just going around and writing all of these essays just randomly with no like recourse or regard for it, and that's not what's written in the story at all. Yeah, a lot of unsolicited essay writing. I feel like it sucks that that's a point that has to be discussed. That like the internet's interpretation of what's going on in the Legion has evolved in a way that's become fetishistic. And I do agree that like it's kind of the Handmaid's Tale effect of like I need to I need to reread The Handmaid's Tale because I read it when I was way too young and I think a lot of it flew over my head. But I don't know, people are just really weird about the topic and like reading into things that just aren't in the game. I'm sorry, but Fallout New Vegas does not have, you know, a ton of fine discussion on how different cultures perceive essay writing. And I feel like, again, it has to be emphasized. We are told a lot about what the Fiends are doing, and none of it's flattering. Like, it really is interesting. It's like, well, you know, it's not, it might not be said explicitly. There might be a lot of, like, implicit references to it with, like, the occasional, like, no, this is, like, this is a bad thing that's going on. But, you know, they were just being very subtle. And then you get to the Fiend stuff and it's like, yeah, I was raped by a Fiend. Yeah, they go around sexually assaulting people. Like, they are very blunt with what the Fiends do to people in Fallout New Vegas. I don't think that, like, I think that if they wanted to make the case that the Legion are literally Fiends, there's no difference between the Legion and the Fiends. They do the same exact stuff. They would have been as explicit with describing actual things that the Legion has done to people the same way that they do with the Fiends. How do I put this? I mean, I'll just reuse it. I mean, yeah, it doesn't even need to be its own point. I feel like you can just wrap it up with the murder thing. Yeah, so like you're talking about Cass. Cass is not a fan of the Legion at all. She doesn't she just says that like it is safer to run a caravan in Legion lands, but she doesn't want to live there. She doesn't want to be there. I I I fundamentally I have to disagree with the notion that the Fiends and the Legion are the same thing, but one is focused and one is sex craved. And I have to disagree because I don't know, it's too fundamental a difference. It's too kind of Reddit core to like say, well guys, actually we're literally all the same. We're all the same, guys. There's no different there are zero differences between these people that we could highlight. And it's like, what's the difference? Well, uh in Iraq but you see American soldiers do the same thing. Yeah, it is kind of the case that like New Vegas is simple and it's very blunt with how it approaches these things. And so there is this degree of like argument about it is kind of funny. Let's hang on. Let me pull this up. In slides. Kill them. I can't be Karen. I thought Fallout New Vegas elaborates on what happens with the fiends in the ending. And it does, depending on what faction you are, but it's just... Oh, here we go. Here's the, yeah, this is what I remember. So we have an answer for how the Legion would handle the fiends. This is literally the only... like, if you get the Caesar's Legion ending, this is literally the only thing that happens. Is, yeah, they got exterminated. But why didn't they talk about the essay writing in the ending? All right, let's see. I feel like, we got to talk about... Do we really have to talk about the homosexuality stuff? I mean, well, yeah, we kind of do. All right. Big text. Homosexuality. Actually, it's a better point. Reproductive freedom. It's not actually like a shitpost bit. This is like something worth discussing. Homosexuality is illegal in Caesar's Legion because your reproductive functionality is owned by the state, and you have a civic responsibility to do it. This is Excalibur in Obsidian. It's very 2010s era. 2010s era coded. The homophobes are actually gay. That's all that, like, you know, they're gay, right? Like, you know what it is? It's selective liberal homophobia. It's kind of that thing where, like, CNN will run an article saying, like, hey guys, normally we're all for LGBT and gay rights and what have you. But since we're talking about Edward Snowden, guys, did you know that Glenn Greenwald is a fat? You do very much see this case where liberal-minded people will be like, they will instantly snap to like, oh yeah, don't you know that that guy fucks dudes whenever they disagree with the homosexual in question. Everybody who liked Greenwald already knew, yeah, he was openly married to a man. What was the broader point here? Bigotry versus homophobia? I feel like, most legionary misogyny is tied to, like, sexual dimorphism. And it kind of makes sense if you think about it, like, if this is a society where women are always pregnant, it kind of makes sense why the Legion are like, no, of course women can't fight in the ring. Like, if that, I'm not saying like because the Legionaries expect women to be pregnant all the time. It's more that's what they've seen their entire life. And so, like, it comes off as absurd because the mental image they're going to have is like a pregnant woman fighting. I don't know. This is threatening to strain back into the Skaven breeding pit fetishistic fan fiction shit again. Male favoring sexual dimorphism isn't a thing in Fallout. They don't let you fight in the arena if you're a woman. So true, King. So true. The Legion allows a PC with the gay trait. Ergo, they aren't homophobic. By the same logic that they aren't cannibals. You see, guys, if the cannibal trait means that if they accept that players with the cannibal trait can eat meat in front of them, then they also accept that a PC with the gay trait, that like clearly ex acto ergo factor, that is an interesting like double standard that's been pointed out. Like, unironically, as much of a shitpost bit as it is, like, this is a productive thing to point out with the cannibal thing. Because people have been very annoying with the cannibal point. Well, and it's like, okay. Can we come to other interpretations with that logic then? By that logic, they aren't misogynistic either. I mean, yeah, that's kind of the point with the female PC thing, which I think loops back. God, where in this clusterfuck is the point about the female PC? There she is. Which, you know, always comes with the caveat, like, Courier 6 is an aberration and what have you. No, you don't understand. You can eat an NCR soldier with the cannibal perk in front of Caesar, and he won't, like, go hostile. So clearly that means that the Legion are cannibals. This is a serious. I am making a serious point right now. I have my serious hat on. All right, let's see. Is there anything else we could talk about on this point that doesn't loop back into the prior discussion on noted video essayists. I feel like women's rights, that's kind of in here section for the Legion stuff. Individualism versus collectivism. Oh, good. So this turns into just a regular bar. Oh, that's not how you spell collectivism. Being outed right now. Collective. Collective. Collectivism. A lot of Obsidian games just like boil down to the same theme over and over, and it's really funny. Personal autonomy versus state appointed career. Because The Outer Worlds 2 is very much about this too. Personal property? Personal slash private. No, private. It's private property versus personal property. We'll put property in quotes. I think that will piss off the most number of people. Now, you see, collectivism is actually just individualism at societal scale because collectives are made up of individuals. And it's like, no, if you make a system where the collective is valued more than the individual, then that's not individualism by nature. The whole point of individualism is that it prioritizes the autonomy of the individual person first and foremost. So if you say, well, for the greater good of the collective, that's inherently anti-individualistic. The greater good. But the collective bases its identity on the collective of individuals. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Again, if we're talking about systems of governance, if you come up with a system that says, we will sacrifice components of your individual liberties in order to accomplish a collective betterment, that's not an individualistic system. Not inherently, anyways. Is the NCR authoritarian? I don't know if the NCR even has the functionality to be authoritarian. They have a inherited democracy. They're a democratic country, but you know. Is Mr. House the individualist or the NCR? I feel like Mr. House is the ultimate individualist because he's the sole individual that runs the strip. Oligarchical democracy. Oligarchical republic, but yeah. I mean, like, again, the NCR is a parallel to pre-war slash modern America. You're supposed to see aspects of like 2000s US policy in how the NCR runs things. So like, yes, it is inherently oligarchical. You just replace the kind of corporate level oligarchy with got the Brahmin barons. I think the Brahmin barons are supposed to be the stand-ins for like, you know, big corporate of 2000s America. But all the same, the funny thing about how so like that's one of House's arguments is like, well, for a republic, it's one of the lamest fucking things that House says is, well, for a republic, you know, they actually don't they have Tandy served for life, and they don't have and it's like, motherfucker, you are the sole dictator and autocrat of New Vegas. You cannot point at other people and say, you're inherently anti-democratic, dumbass. It's like one of the it's one of the lamest things the House does. I think Caesar says it too, but at least Caesar, I feel like it's a stronger point with Caesar. No, I promise you House says it. I think that Caesar name drops Tandy. But House makes this point too. Technical dialogue. Oh, god damn it. He's got dialogue about President Kimball, so I can't look up I mean I can look up President, but I gotta sort through all of that. Uh-oh. We're getting a lot of blings here. To look through every instance of him talking about the NCR. No, it's more like Fallout New Vegas is a real game, so it has more dialogue about this than I can look up in 2 minutes. And of course, when I look up my own script, there's 25 instances of President because, of course, we have Eden and fucking Dick Richardson. Goddamn President Kimball. Oh, the presidential suite. Why not search the term Tandy? Because I don't think I name drop Tandy when I talk about this. In fairness, I don't know if I talk about this. In which case, it doesn't matter. But it is it would be prescient to figure out. Oh, hey, Elon Musk is mentioned. Wouldn't Tandy be in the dialogue for House? Not necessarily. What was even the point? This whole point is about Tandy. No, it's about the NCR presidency. That doesn't, like, you're not getting some kind of own because you say, well, this point was about Tandy. No, it's about, like, the NCR leadership. Which, there have been more leaders than just one president. This isn't me coping. This is what it looks like to find out if you're right or wrong about something, so that you can correct it. So here's one quote about it. It's not exactly it. One of the problems is that current, like, I should... Hang on. Control F. I need to take a picture of this. Here's one of the fucking problems I'm having. For whatever reason in my browser, I've been having this issue. The find tool. Where it does this. This is what my find tool looks like. It's fucking unusable. So I have to, like, feel around for where the goddamn button is to go up and down. So I don't have any feedback if like there's only one thing on the page and it can't find more of it. So I don't know why my browser is doing that. No, I said earlier, House doesn't mention Tandy. That's Caesar. Like, I said that verbatim. Like, I'm not even mad. Like, I'm not mad about being wrong. I'm mad that I literally explained that fucking Caesar is the one with the Tandy dialogue. Like, you can find that in 2 seconds. Look, here's the fucking Caesar Tandy dialogue. But does House mention Tandy? Did I mention that House mentioned Tandy? That's the point. Let's have a little bit of media literacy here. At this point, I'm about to fucking pull up my own stream. We're gonna watch back 5 minutes ago and see how this point even started. I promise you that I said the words, like, this is about, that, like, that homosexuality. Oh, nice, homosexuality. I don't know if the NCR even has the functionality to be authoritarian. They have a inherited democracy. They're kind of I can't speed
They're
it
a
up for some
democratic
reason.
country, but, you know. Is Mr. House the individualist or the NCR? I feel like Mr. House is the ultimate individualist because he's the sole individual that runs the strip.
Oh, there's the speed controls.
Oligarchical democracy. Oligarchical republic, but yeah. I mean, like, again, the NCR is a parallel to pre-war / modern America. You're supposed to see aspects of, like, 2000s US policy in how the NCR runs things. So, like, yes, it is inherently oligarchical. You just replace the kind of corporate level oligarchy with, got the Brahmin barons. I think the Brahmin barons are supposed to be the stand-ins for, like, you know, big corporate of 2000s America. But all the same, the funny thing about how this, like, that's one of House's arguments. It's like, well, for a republic, they it's one of the lamest fucking things that House says is, well, for a republic, you know, they actually don't have, they have a Tandy serve for life, and they don't have, and it's like, motherfucker, you are the sole dictator and autocrat of New Vegas. You cannot point at other people and say you're inherently anti-democratic, dumbass. It's like one of the it's one of the lamest things the House does. I think Caesar says it too, but at least I feel like it's a stronger point with Caesar.
No, hang on, chat. You gotta let him finish.
No, I promise you, House says it.
I clarified
Caesar
it.
Caesar name drops Tandy.
Caesar name drops Tandy.
But House makes this point too.
But House makes this point too. Okay, let me be clear on what I meant, though. What I was saying was, Caesar points out Tandy, House makes the dictator point. That's what I said. That's what I said. And I told you I said that, and I don't know why I had to prove that. I'm sorry, I was unclear on what this point 2 meant. I was not saying originally that House makes the Tandy point. And I literally sat on stream. The first thing I looked up when I went to the fucking House dialogue tree on the Fallout wiki was Tandy, and he doesn't say anything. And so, like, yeah, of course not, because I knew that he doesn't say anything about Tandy. No, I'm sorry, guys. I'm about to fucking break down the language here of what was said.
I think that Caesar name drops Tandy. But House makes this point too. Technical dialogue.
That's the point I was making. I'm sorry that when I was saying it live, because it's not pre-scripted, it wasn't clear. But this point that was being made was that the NCR is a dictator, is a, what was the term? Oligarchical democracy? So I'm sorry that there was some confusion in my wording, but I was never making the point. Well, I mean, I was, and then I corrected myself when chat pointed out that, like, Caesar mentions it too, and I was like, yeah, okay. So Caesar mentions Tandy, House makes the same point. But we were talking before that, because chat was the interrupted it. I don't have it on screen, but I can show you. Hang on. Here, you can blame. I've got a guy you can blame. This was the chatter I'm pulling up the chatter that I was responding to. Why did it send it to my porn folder? This is why I said he says this too. Like, this was the chatter that I was responding to at that exact moment. So case closed. Remember, kids. This is almost a pun. This is a dangerous word. Dangerous, non-specific word that can confuse people. And I pick up on stuff like that. I usually pick up on stuff like that in the pre-written format. When you have like a non-specific subject of a sentence, people don't necessarily know that this has a different meaning than what they expect. All right. This can go. I mean, this is about house. It's not really about the Legion or anything like that. Fighting tooth and nail to avoid that L. Well, it's more like what's frustrating for me is that I explained it over and over what happened, and people just didn't believe me to the point that I had to fucking pull out the evidence and the transcripts. I had to get the receipts to tell you, like, no, guys, this is what happened. This is how people got confused. And, like, I get it. It's confusing. I wouldn't do this if it was pre-written. It's just like, it's one of those things that happens when you stream this stuff. Your clip proved you wrong, though. It didn't prove me wrong. Okay, look, I said originally, and this is not me acquiescing, I said, I don't know if I used the word, I think, so I'm going to indicate that it's a paraphrase. I think, no, I did say it, like, definitively, that, like, House calls out Tandy. That's wrong. I misremembered it. So I will emphasize, that's wrong. Oh, the word wrap there was funny. That's wrong. And then the man we just banned tries to correct me with wrong information. At this point, what? No, put it back. God damn it. I don't know why it does that. At this point, I remember the dichotomy and try to correct, which was the whole point of specifying that Caesar names drops Tandy. Because why would I specify that Caesar names drops Tandy if I thought they both do it? Yeah, they're trying to sidetrack me from getting to the rape point, no, the homosexual point. But yeah, why would you specify? Why would I specify that Caesar name drops Tandy if I thought they both name her explicitly? I mean, I feel like that's the slam dunk right there. That's the mic drop moment, right? Why would you do that? If they both name drop Tandy, why would you specify that one does it? Because name dropping Tandy is not a point. That's a thing you do, but that's not a point, right? The point that I had made earlier was the point that was made too. So you're wrong, I'm right, and I'm based. All right. How are we fitting into the chart here? I'm fine. Okay, so I'm fine with delineating Caesar's point is that dictatorship made the NCR as strong as it currently is. House's point is that democracy inherently fails. So, like, yes, these are two different points. You equivocate. It's a weird word. There we go. You equivocating like a motherfucker right now. I think that's just Fallout discourse in general. Yeah, but the thing is, you gotta remember, there's a chat on screen, and if I respond to something in a chat, that can lead to imprecise language, which is the whole this thing again. You know, Caesar flat out says that he's a fan of femboy porn. House makes this point too. Alright, let's see. Scientific method, secular thinking versus Luddite thinking. This is always kind of a weird point. I wasn't really clear on what, like, his case was. I think at best it can be described as reliance on old world tech is reliance on old world ideology. I believe that's loosely what Caesar says. No, so like this gets into the global war on terror thing of actually America pre-war was almost the same as communist China because they had become very authoritarian, that kind of meme. I mean, I feel like we're saying the same thing. Reliance on old world tech is reliance on old world ideology. Which the point being weakness. Like the whole point is that the way that they thought before the war led to the destruction of the world. So if we think along that kind of thought process, then we're thinking weakly. It's kind of LARPing, no. Yes and no. So there is confusion about this. This primarily applies to complex computer tech and chems, not weapons. Caesar's Legion uses guns. It uses lots of guns. It's just that they give out guns based on the supply that they have. And so if you're like a legionary that's going to your first battle, you're like 16 or 15, right? You're going to your first battle. They're not going to give you a gun. They give you a spear because that's what they have. And then if you do well, you do eventually get a firearm. Why doesn't the Legion have more equipment if the territory is safe and traders prefer the Legion? Well, I'm glad you asked, because this is one point that I always love to make. The Legion is based in this place. Hang on, we'll stop there. Okay, continue. The Legion is based in this place that you may have heard of called Arizona. Can I make the Arizona map bigger, please? Thank you. Not a great trading hub in the post-apoc TBH. So traders like being there. That doesn't mean that like it's this economic capital that has a ton of industrial output. It just means that it's safe to trade there compared to like the Mojave Wasteland. I think avoidance of chems is avoidance of addiction, which comes from a followers from a futa background, if you will. Having a lot of exposure to that in Raiders as a kid, I think has made him kind of believe in strict teetotalism, of which Kaisar is exempt. It's not about like intellectual or philosophical, you know, so it's sort of the difference between a hippie commune and like a Mennonite community, where one is like kind of ideological and the other's religious, and so you see like a very different levels of adherence to it. I feel like the NCR as a parallel to modern America is like the most base level point. I feel like the rest of this is not gonna really translate to you if you can't even agree with like that the new California Republic is effectively a stand-in for like modern liberalized democracy. We got a Redditor in the chat who's equating ideology and religion. NCR uses technology, but only as far as they can maintain it. And there's not really even a point there, because it's not like the NCR is ideologically captured in some way from having access to power armor. It's that they are limited by the Brotherhood of Steel, in effect. If Kaiser wanted his people to have guns and chems, he would have figured out how to manufacture guns and chems. But they do have guns. Like, if you play the game and you fight the Legion, you're constantly attacked by legionaries with guns, and two, even the like random Legion events, they have guns. And like someone made the energy weapon point, but one of the quests is them buying fucking energy weapons from the Van Graffs.
They have other non-addictive medicine. No, that's just, guys, that's his signature weapon, the 45 caliber. You know, trust me, they're all melees, and I don't fucking blame people for having this perception. Okay? I don't blame people for having this perception because of shit like this, where the like cultural conception of Caesar's Legion is very much rooted in the kind of melee army aesthetic. So you'll see that represented in a lot of artwork or a lot of cosplay. That's what people will do. This is modded, but it's pretty close to what they use in the game. Sorry, it's hard. It's interesting. It's kind of hard to find actual genuine screenshots from the game. But they do use SMGs and shotguns and hunting rifles and stuff. Yeah, I give no comment on the modding choices in that screenshot. Getting beamed by Legion hit squads because they use 12.7 millimeter SMGs and trail carbines. Yeah, it's a good classic. Yeah, so the NCR relies on factions like the Gunrunners and the Van Graffs to get access to weapons, and historically on the Brotherhood of Steel as well. And I feel like that is a lot of the impetus for Caesar's kind of approach to things, is seeing the weakness of the NCR economy to be reliant on extrinsic factors like that, and so building self-reliance, even if that means a lower standard of tech. Because even though the Caesar's Legion has a lower standard of tech, where some of their soldiers are equipped with throwing spears, they still accomplish a lot more than the NCR is able to in that same region. I'm not sure specifically what the service rifle is, but I do think that it's just like it is just another like manufactured firearm that they're buying. Because again, the NCR is a parallel to pre-war slash modern America. Like this is one of the most prescient points here. Um, as an American stand-in, they inherently rely on their military industrial complex function.
And like a chatter came to the same point that the Van Graffs and the Gunrunners are the parallels to Raytheon and Boeing and Lockheed Martin. Anyways, there's just kind of this belief that like there's two things to it. There's that Arizona's not particularly good, not a particularly good place for people to build their own economic empire. And then the other thing is, here, I think this guy's a good picture for this. Oh, whoops. Freudian slip there. All right, let's see. Meritocracy versus the social caste system. I feel like we've touched on this with the individualism versus collectivism thing. I don't know, what's the best word for it? Like societal purpose? Private property versus communism. Again, that's all baked into like the points that we've made so far. McDicks. Hang on, let me look up some lore real quick. Oh my god. I fucking knew it. McDonald's. It is with an apostrophe, by the way. McDonald's was founded in fucking San Bernardino, California. You can't get more Californian than McDonald's. The Legion, lacking reliable access to food due to being peasants from Arizona, would eat McDicks if they had the opportunity. They would probably feel shame in doing so, and necessarily need to hide it, but would not be opposed ordering it on Uber if push came to shove. Every Legion recruit you fight is a child soldier. What I love about that message is that it. Sorry, I saw it really fast. I thought it was one of the Greek statue accounts. That's a very funny profile picture. Hang on. So where do we cram that in? Child soldiers. Voluntary army. Please don't make me explain the difference between voluntary and volunteer. Uses child soldiers. Volunteer means you do it for free. Voluntary means that you aren't compelled to be in the military. So, you're the courier delivering my McDick 6 minutes late, and you dare come before me. The NCR has conscription, ergo slavery. So fucking true. Can anyone answer definitively what's going on with the conscription in the NCR? They drafted a constitution. I don't see anything about conscripted military or a draft. I don't even see like the NCR throwing people into a meat grinder. That's kind of the opposite. What was going on in Vietnam was there were like body counts that they had to produce. They were kind of just quotas that were seen as effectiveness. Whereas what's going on in with the NCR and Fallout is they're doing sit and wait. So rather than going out on patrol and like grinding themselves against a foreign military power that they're occupying because it's a defensive war, it is inherently different. I think one of the people at Camp Golf was conscripted, the country guy with red hair. So I mean, is that a case though where what I'm saying is drafted as in forced by the NCR to be in the military versus, you know, they signed up to be in the military. And you can have a mix of that. Like, it's some people today are in the military because they broke the law, and that was like the deal that they made with the judge was that they would go join the military instead of going to jail. Like, that is a thing that happens. Per Josh Sawyer, and then doesn't say anything. The majority of troopers on active duty are conscripted. Someone asked why more troopers don't talk about being conscripted. Okay. Then they're literally the same thing. The NCR and the Legion are the same. You know what pisses me off? Someone brought up background music. Uh, what pisses me off is I did the Skyrim background music thing, and then everybody else started doing it too. Yes, I am saying that Asmongold copied me. Because I only saw, so I saw like a couple Asmongold clips before it became like really verboten to do so. And I don't remember hearing Skyrim music until after I did my streams. 100%. 110% Asmongold copied me. Show me a clip right now from like before. What would it be? I think it's the Skyrim stream series is when I started using background music for everything. Show me a clip before the Skyrim stream series of Asmongold doing it. Name every Asmongold stream. Josh Sawyer talks a lot about how Israel and NCR military practices and how they overlap. I mean, is it really that crazy? That is a funny, dated way to put things, but you do have to remember, man, that's interesting, because now you got to play the game of how woke is Josh Sawyer? Is Josh Sawyer the type of guy who cared about Israel's occupation of Gaza and Palestine before 2023? You don't. No, it's more up there than you would think. We're not talking about Emil Pagliarulo here. New game show. How woke is it? Because I mean, like, if he is, that's a very interesting statement. We'll just say that it puts the NCR in quite a different light. Listen, though, like, there are people who will make the case that, like, America is Israel. Big talking point. That's why Arcade hates the Legion. Yeah, I mean, like, sidebar here. What is Emil Pagliarulo's stance on Israel? He's a DC guy, so you never know. Can we talk about Ulysses? Is Ulysses... Ulysses is weird because whether he can be considered active Legion or not is kind of a question in its own right.
make this bigger. Sorry, I thought there was going to be more to the war on drugs point. Not going to lie. All right, so I think that we've pretty definitively answered that the Legion is not evil. It's just kind of more of a Western morality thing. Okay, more. Listen, many words to say yes. I feel like the chat break here is like it's got a scroll bar and I see a message. All right, where did I pop that out from? Well, I mean, I didn't start this stream with anything other than I was just going to talk about Caesar's Legion. Ulysses. Federal agent, black. I don't know why we gotta specify that he's black. Big into symbolism. Loves tricking people into thinking he's read James Joyce, but he's actually a history guy. Over under on Ulysses being in the Fallout show. That might sound stupid, but I swear I saw him in the background of the picture I used for the thumbnail, so now I don't know. Fuck. Mormon gets that the followers of the apocalypse are the same as the Mormons, the new Canaanites, but isn't smug about it. I feel like that puts him in, that's in the good category, right? Like he doesn't behave like a Redditor. No, so Graham isn't a Mormon, he's a new Canaanite, which is kind of a post-apocalyptic evolution of Mormonism, which is why you see discrepancies. But also, Honest Hearts is not particularly well written, and so, you know, lots of Redditors like Joshua Graham, though. I feel like this gets into kind of a very different discussion. Where do we have room for it here? All right. I feel like this is a conversation that we need to have on the internet. Because for too long, if people have just been like kind of using it as a blanket statement for just person I don't like on the internet. Okay. Number one, I feel like karma system. Redditors adhere to the karma system. They will adapt aspects of their pseudo to appeal to the majority in order to foster upvotes and social approval. All right. In contrast, most people use pseudonyms to explore aspects of themselves that would otherwise be too embarrassing to display publicly. Too embarrassing, not embarrassing, that would otherwise compromise their social masks that they wear in public. Pseudonym, anonym equals true self. Pseudonym equals fake self. So what I mean by this is that, like, it's one thing to use a pseudonym to explore your true self and, like, who you really are as a person, and it's another thing to be so pathetic of a person that you foster this fake conception of self in order to be more appealing to a bunch of people online. Mob mentality mixes with an echo chamber effect to produce ideological extremism and a lack of awareness of how popular their are in the real world. may at most engage with self-contained echo chambers. All right, I feel like we could probably work on this. I mean, like, more to the point. Reddit originated in a socially liberal society, popular amongst college libertarian Gen Xers. As such, their political views lean left, which, when mixed with the echo chamber effect, makes them appear relatively extreme to the median voter. And among normal people, you just have political diversity. All right, this is a sidebar, if you would, but we can come back to that. Has to be convinced to not go back to genocide as a solution. Has at least stopped using child soldiers. I guess we can say, like, is not racist. Vindictive asshole. Vindictive. I think I've added an extra I. Surprised the spell checker can't fix that. It's just an extra letter. You would think that it would know. Not that it would know, but that, like, it would recognize that it's just a misspelling of vindictive. I feel like spell checkers have gotten a lot worse.
All right. Anything else? Follows Chalk feels like a child soldier to me. To me, he just seems eager to defend his tribe. Who names their child Ulysses, anyways? That's his adoptive name. You see, okay. I think that is a point. It's not necessarily the point that you were making, but Ulysses is a Redditor because he has a pseudonym, and Joshua Graham, not a Redditor. I was about to order food, and then I remembered, oh yeah, it's the Friday after Thanksgiving, dumbass. And then I guess it is interesting the dichotomy, like, bravo Chris Avalon, because the base game has these dichotomies as well. We have furry and not a furry in Volpez versus Lanius. And then you have Redditor versus not a Redditor. And then you have Kaisar, who is the synthesis. Furry. How do you do the stupid charts? Say furry, human. And we draw a line between them. An arrow down. This is the synthesis. We could say that Caesar is a cat girl, since he's the synthesis of a furry and a human. Kind of the median of those two ideas is cat girls. Then we have Reddit versus normal. And then the synthesis of these two ideas, racist. Sorry, I misspelled that. Rapist. There we go. Right. Let's see. Are raiders evil? Are they countercultural anti-capitalists? The way you described Redditors, does that mean that Twitter users are ultra Redditors? Kind of. I feel like the respectable thing. Oh yeah, this is another good point for the Reddit board. Does it for free. Does it for free. You have does it for Twitter bucks. Indian. We have to specify that they're not a normal person. Indian grifter. There we go. So now it's not racist if I specify that they're an Indian grifter. So I feel like there's almost more, like, if we did kind of a tier list, if you would. Tier list. Doing it for fun, doing it for social validation, doing it for money, doing it for social validation of your made-up identity to appeal to mob mentality. Doing it to get someone to take a piss on you. I feel like this is a big part of, like, the kind of Reddit, the problem with Reddit, if you would. Is that, like, this is the lowest rung. Doing it to get laid. I'm gonna put that there on this list. Is doing it to make money more respectable than doing something to get laid? I feel like the problem is that, like, we've kind of pathologized doing stuff for the purpose of getting sex as being a pathetic thing tied to incels, but I don't think that, like, it's particularly ignoble to have sex as an intrinsic motivator. I think it's just, it seems that way because we live in, like, a hypersexual kind of societal structure. Well, there's a difference between doing something to get laid and doing something like simping. Doing it for e-pussy. Isn't getting laid a form of social validation? I would... No, no, no. There's kind of a hierarchy of needs. So you have, like, food, water, air, shelter. Like, really basic intrinsic needs at the lower level. And then, like, sex, social validation. These are on the same tier, but they are different things. Like, one is you appealing to your hormonal desire to have sex. And the other is wanting to be validated as somebody that is respectable or does a good job. Because there's a lot of other kind of social benefits to it. But money here. And finally, we'll have, as the top level need, Alright, looks like there's no rotation tool. Sorry, just gotta section this off real quick. Alright, I think that we have come to something of an understanding of Caesar's Legion. I mean, we could talk about definition. Or, not definition. Can I grab both? I'm gonna grab both. This line is being a problem. There we go. Artificial identity. Whether correct or not, they have their own attempt at a language. This goes in the artificial identity category. What's the trans stuff with I feel like it's just not a thing. God, can you imagine? I've been having this discussion. I think that the 2010s are going to go down as like the 1950s, just the inverse, where instead of like really dumb, rigid conservatism, it's just really dumb, rigid liberalism. And so, like, can you imagine peak woke Fallout New Vegas being made? They would have a quest about like a trans legionary who is like, well, I mean, they couldn't make the Legion, but if they did, they would have a quest about a trans legionary who like transitions from being a woman to being a man to get out of like societal expectations to have children. I am not familiar with the femboyification of Caesar. What are you talking about? Caesar femboy. I mean, that's Little Caesars. Oh, it's the furry thing. I get it. Is Little Caesars versus McDonald's even a contest? Little Caesars is dog shit. McDonald's is like the peak fast food joint. Like the absolute average of qualities that you could look for in a fast food restaurant. And then Little Caesars is just fucking trash. It's trash food. Okay, so I'll be clear. I'll be clear. I'll be fair here. Hang on, hang on. It might just be that My Little Caesars sucks. Okay? It might be that My Little Caesars sucks. But me personally, I think that if I'm going to pay $5.50 for a pizza, it better be better than what you could get from a fucking frozen pizza. A fucking Little Caesars pizza is like twice as expensive as it should be. It's not just my McDonald's is good. It is. It's that every McDonald's I went to was perfectly adequate at fulfilling the metric of being the like decent average of fast food restaurants. Not that it's good, that it's the decent average. Now, I think that like it's just a lot of Tylenol Americans are into Fallout, and they get into New Vegas because it's like baby's first actually adult thing, and then Tylenol Americans have like a higher rate of becoming trans. And then also there's am I blanking on Lily? Yeah, Lily. I didn't want to. Okay, so I thought of that like 30 seconds ago, but I didn't want to say it unless I knew. And even then, that's like I think that's a stretch to say that Lily is like a trans ally. You can have it. It's just I don't know if it's the most accurate. I don't know if it's the most accurate thing that I would agree with. Because and this gets into like the madness of like 2010s era social liberalism. Does anybody remember the pink aisle? The pink aisle was this like idea that you go to like the toy section of a store and there'll be a pink aisle, and that's for the girls' toys, right? And so the whole idea is girls are really children. Children are socially conditioned to expect certain types of toys based on gender stereotypes. Not my argument, just the argument that was made relevant to the pink aisle. Right. So you had that. And so the conclusion of the pink aisle as rhetoric was gender norms are social constructs, as there are examples of the current norms being broken in other societies, both contemporary and historically. Right. So this is an idea. And the logical output of this, of where this is all going, is tomboys. Okay? That's the logical output, is it's not, you're not a lesbian just because you're a woman who's into construction. Okay? And you're not gay if you're a man who likes wearing, you know, makeup. Okay? But then at the same time, in the 2010s, you had gender identity discourse. And it was like, so you've got like body, what is it? Body dysmorphia. Body slash gender dysmorphia. Which belies, or well, let's not skip a logical step here. If I enjoy cross-dressing or traditional stereotypes of the opposite gender, I may have gender confusion. Right? And then this leads to the idea gender norms are not social constructs. And there are examples of non-binary genders in historical societies. Right? And then, in turn, this is saying androgyny equals potential trans person. Okay. Now, what's crazy about the 2010s is that we lived in a time period where if you were like woke, you have to believe both of these things. I must believe these two mutually incompatible ideas. That's what it meant to be woke. This was a woke position and this was a woke position, but you have to somehow reconcile that gender is both a social construct, but also that there are definitive markers of gender that if you play into could be the basis of gender dysmorphia. I don't think you know what woke means. Well, woke was like, what was it, 1920s black term? Oh, sorry, we can't call it black term. Person of color of African origin term. And it was just like awareness to be awake to an issue. And then it evolved to vague, hyper-liberal, intersectional thinking. And this is a century of not having a formal definition, and then people adopting different definitions of the word by hearing about it and determining political opinions before coming to any actual understanding of what the word, of what it even meant originally. Because you see that a lot in society. There's a lot of people that are like defining what something is before they actually bother to investigate what it is. I was thinking about this recently. What was the other example I came up with that wasn't just woke? Well, like we talked about it earlier, simp, right? What does it mean to be a simp? Okay? What does it mean? When I first heard the term, okay, my first instinct, this is how my brain works, I try to piece these things together, was a streamer pimp. Hear me out, because you're probably not going to guess why I came to this conclusion or what this meant. What I actually meant by this was guy who pimps girls out to be cammers on adult websites. That's what I actually thought, because I wasn't aware of the like social context yet of like the very first time that I heard the word simp. So I was like, oh, I guess they finally came up with a term for this type of person, because this does exist. And then later it was like simp is a guy who pathetically seeks the attention of women online with no realistic outcome of receiving sexual gratification for it. I think that this is probably the most correct definition. But then we've kind of elevated it to anybody who advocates for women or behaves pathetically. So you have these weird situations where, like, you know, you're a simp for your wife, right? And it's like, so I have sex with the person that I'm simping for. So, like, iDubbbz, I think, is like... Hang on. I'm going to specify 2018 iDubbbz. Not modern iDubbbz. I think the term more accurately applies now, but that's sort of a Dune, like, fulfilling the prophecy by technically fulfilling all the terms of the prophecy type situation. But, like, when iDubbbz was going through the simp controversy, I think there were people who were applying the third definition when obviously the second definition didn't apply, because the person that he was quote-unquote simping for was somebody that he was in a relationship with. Because at no point was the definition of simp like cuckold or guy with porn star, or sorry, guy with sex worker GF. This was never, like, to me, I never saw this as the definition, but somehow it ended up being the definition when applied to this specific circumstance. And it's because he was crashing out about it. But then a lot of people from the crash out found out about the term. People find out about simping from his crash out and think it means cuckold. So you have this weird thing where, because it was never traditionally identified, it goes through this process and eventually ends up meaning something that it doesn't. And then you'll have a discourse where somebody's using definition B, but everybody who's talking with them thinks they're using definition D, or vice versa. They'll, like, try to call someone a cuckold, so they'll say they're a simp when someone might interpret a different definition.
Because it is this term with cultural context, with a cultural definition, not a shall we say academic definition. I misspelled definition on the first one, but so anyways, that leads to this kind of the woke thing and the mutual exclusivity. And then 2010's linguistic internet discourse leads to cultural insanity. I think we can call that the broad kind of heading of this section. Scale this down a bit so it's not so much super large compared to how do we tie this into the Legion? Well, I mean, we were talking about like the trans. This is all tied to like the trans interpretation of the Legion, where Fallout New Vegas comes out in 2010, and we have this 2010s linguistic internet discourse going on, and so you have this misapplication of like trans themes onto something that doesn't really have any awareness of trans as a conception, because it was still very new when New Vegas was being written, and not really what that game was about. It's also the very stupid meme of New Vegas being loved by trans people. I mean, I think that ties back to the whole, like, Tylenol American point, where it's like, autistic people have a predisposition for ending up being trans. Autistic people love Fallout games, so you're going to have, like, a disproportionate number of trans people and things that autistic people are drawn to. Minecraft, Factorio, I don't know, Rick and Morty. It kind of all just goes hand in hand together. I don't think it necessarily means that, like, Fallout is a trans thing. Is it more accurate to say that Never Knows Best is a simp rather than a cuck? I've always wanted to dive into an explanation of what was going on there. So, I do have to apologize, and this ties into this whole thing of like being on stream and in the moment. You have a lot of like practical things. So let's title a section here "Never Knows Best." All right, so I called NKB a cuckold. Well, no. Let's start with this. NKB creates a metaphor in which he... I need to make this bigger while I type it out. He was in a relationship with the Elder Scrolls. We'll clarify a romantic sexual question mark. The Elder Scrolls. Eventually, Tez leaves him for a richer man, Microsoft, and this makes him feel bad. The metaphor is very unfunny, and in order to cut the tension on stream, I jokingly call him a cuckold. So, let's get into it. The definition of cuckold is man whose wife is sexually unfaithful. modern, typically consensually. So like by Western definitions, no. What Never Knows Best described actually would not qualify as cuckolding, because they were not in an active relationship. Never Knows Best and the Elder Scrolls break up, and so NKB and Tez break up. She pursues a richer man. This is not cuckoldry. Okay? But, again, going back to the chat thing. So, initially I make the joke. And then I adapt the joke when I realize that it's not quite accurate. And I say, quote, "Not only are you a cuck, you are like fat bastard cuck." Now, this was a point of confusion because evidently Never Knows Best and I don't share a lot of cultural overlap as to what that means. Let me pull a picture up. I need to get a picture of what I was referring to. So when I'm referring to fat bastard cuck, oh, picture won't load. I'm referring to this guy. All right, so what I am referring to is kind of known in Japan as NTR, or Nito Rare. I think that's how you say it. Nito Rare. And this is more like a broad genre of infidelity, which can include ruination of unrequited or potential love. So like, if you have a crush and your crush ends up dating some other guy, you know, in the West, we're not going to call that cuckoldry because you were never in a relationship with that person. But like in Japan, they would consider that broadly as kind of a sort of infidelity. So in the sense, Never Knows Best was not describing a cuckold situation, but he is describing a Nito Rare situation where NKB's true love abandoned him for a wealthier, uglier man, as he was too pathetic for her. So I do have to apologize. I am sorry to Never Knows Best that I called him a cuckold. I want it to be clear that you're not a cuckold in the Western sense, and that's what I was saying with the fat bastard thing. I was not saying you're a fat bastard. I have no clue what your phenotype is. I was just making it clear that it was more of a Nito Rare situation. You were abandoned for a wealthier man. And again, like this type of live stream imprecision, you know, these things happen. If he'd reached out to me, I would have clarified what exactly I meant when I called him a fat bastard cuck. I would have told him on a voice chat. No, you're not a cuckold. I'm sorry, man. You're just in a Nito Rare situation. But yeah. Because he wasn't a streamer, he doesn't really know that, like, if you're not doing it all live, a lot of, like,
linguistic imprecision that you can have that can cause you to make mistakes like this. I'd like to think that in 2025 I would not confuse cuckoldry and nido-rare when insulting somebody's shitty joke. But, you know, these things do happen. There's lots of confusions like this. I don't really care how they say it. I think not knowing how to say it is a good thing. Yeah, I mean, is there anything else that really needs to be touched on here? I'm trying to get some food. So I'm thinking of calling it. Volpez gambling. He's on the strip. Does he gamble? I'm pretty sure he just confronts you on the strip. Even if he does gamble, it would be as part of just maintaining a character. So, I mean, that's all under the umbrella of, like, federal agents. Oh, the lottery thing. No, that's just a... It's weird that New Vegas has two separate references to the lottery. Let me put a poll in. And please answer honestly. Did you read The Lottery in school? The Lottery is a short story by Shirley Jackson. We read it when I was in school. It was published in 1948. Interesting. So I guess it's just one of those things where because I happened to read The Lottery when I was in school, I kind of have a cultural connection to the story that a lot of people don't. So The Lottery is a story about an unspecified American community that has a tradition called the lottery in order to try to get a good harvest, where they basically do what happens in Nipton. They run a lottery system. They don't kill everybody, but the lottery is, if you lose, then you die. You're killed as part of, like, the ritual sacrifice. So they have that in one of the vaults in New Vegas, and they have that in Nipton as, like, a reference to it, but kind of the inverse, where instead of the winner dying, the winner gets to live. Else die, except for second place, but you know. Yeah, no, it works on multiple levels. Can you touch base on what you mean by Legate Lanius being different people or a persona? To be clear, I don't know if there is a second Lanius yet, but Lanius isn't a person in the sense of, it works pseudonymously. I'm going to assume you know what a pseudonym is, but so kind of an artificial persona that masks person's identity. So kind of the idea is with Lanius that Kaisar wants to, the Arbiter in Halo is an example, or, like, you know, Santa Claus. The guys dress up as Santa Claus. You want to create
a kind of Caesar wants to create this cultural idea of this legate that's just unstoppable, this unbeatable guy. And it's mostly for the internal politics of it. You see it in kind of communist countries, like North Korea, for example. The image of the Kim Il Sung's family was propelled to a very high degree. So they want to create this artificial idea in order to control their local population. And so they have this fearsome general that's going to show up and motivate everybody. And he has this cool and epic backstory, and he's supposed to be super scary. And for the most part, they get a guy to play that role that can exhibit a lot of those traits, but like the Linnaeus that Kaiser describes is a literal fucking animal that can like barely talk, right? He's like a physical manifestation of rage. He wants to destroy his tribe for being weak and like not fighting hard enough. And then you talk to him and it's like, no, he's literate. He can have a discussion. He acquiesces to logic. Like, the Linnaeus that we encounter is definitely not the Linnaeus that Kaiser described, because most people are only ever going to see him. They're only going to see the mask. That's why he wears a full mask system, is so that they can swap this guy out and it's still Legate Lanius. The flesh inside is just controlling the armor, but the armor is the symbol. That is Linnaeus more than the man inside it. I think what's challenging, people understand this idea of pseudonym and actor and symbolism. What they don't understand is that you can artificially create that. Because if you live your entire life thinking that there is this set list of characters where it's already been done, like Santa Claus, then you're probably not going to realize that that can and does happen and can be done artificially. Because it seems weird to say, like, so one of my things is that like Christianity was designed by the Romans to be a tool that they could use for spiritual conquest, because everything in Roman culture was about military conquest in some degree. And so they wanted this thing where they could break foreign religions and sow dissension in order to make their imperialism more effective. And Christianity was probably one of the like strongest things. By the way, this is all highly heretical, okay? The Christians are going to be very mad when I have you talking about this, but Christianity was like one of the most successful tools of conquest that the Romans made. It's just that they really didn't get to take full advantage of it, but it was very effective when later empires were able to use Christianity as kind of the first wave of colonialism, because it self-propagates. It doesn't even need to be directed by the empire to spread the best interests of the empire, because in the definition of itself as a religion, it's designed to self-propagate these ideas. And then if you're an empire that's compatible with those ideas, you can just let the Christians work, and they will lay the groundwork for you to settle an empire in foreign lands. But again, this is all highly, highly, highly heretical, and we promise it didn't happen. No, Julius Caesar did not. Listen, Julius Caesar may have made the calendar, and it may line up perfectly with Jesus, and it might be all the same, all the same initials and very similar names, and all that. But I promise you, it's just a coincidence. Okay, just this once. No, I think that like fucking the Roman emperors were totally the type that would have tried to manifest a artificial religion. And I mean that's what Dune and Morrowind as a derivative of Dune is about, is what if
what if that conspiracy theory was actually real? What if there was an emperor who tried to seed a or some equivalent imperial power that tried to seed the this prophecy to accomplish this end? But it's kind of the same way that like Isaac Newton. Everybody knows Isaac Newton as a physicist, but he did most of his stuff when he was really young, and then spent the rest of his life as like this just economic finance bro. And then like, but the thing is, Isaac Newton laid the groundworks for a temperature scale system centuries before Fahrenheit and Celsius were created. The history of the world would be radically different if instead of the laws of physics, Newton had come up with thermodynamics or a reliable temperature scale centuries prior. Because instead of a huge physics innovation, there would have been a huge chemistry innovation much sooner, and things would be radically different. But anyways, that's kind of my point, is like, I could buy that it was like a project that somebody came up with, because it's too good at that. But anyways, I don't care if the conspiracy theory is true or not. That's the idea behind Legate Lenius, is because I'm sure that Avalon and Sawyer are familiar with these kinds of ideas when it comes to Roman history, of the artificial culture, the artificial religion of going into the culture editor and in the save file and changing the belief system in order to accomplish some end. Because again, as analogs for a communist societies of the modern world, they do that same thing. Yeah, that's the benefit of Caesar's Legion, is that like it doesn't have to be an accurate simulacrum of Rome, because it's not a story about Rome or about Romans time traveling in the future. It's about guys emulating Rome, and so their own understanding of it is form of the unreliable narrative. I'm drunk. Just joined the stream. What's happening? What's the best part? Hang on. What's the best part of this chart to show somebody that's just joined the stream? Is it the McDick section? Is it just this mess? Just soak in that mess for a second. Is it our perspective on furries? Is it this section on Reddit? Is it 2010 linguistic internet discourse? Or is it the Never Knows Best section? I mean, this part's just the trophy. Can you post this chart somewhere? So I can, because it's a markdown file, and if you have Excalidraw and markdown, you'd be able to open it. But you would also need all of the images in order for a lot of this to work. I'm not sure if there's a way to export it in a package, like ideally the ideal thing would be to like just convert it to a PDF or some type of image format. Can you not screenshot it? The issue is that to get everything, it looks like this. There's a lot of like really fine print that you're going to lose out on. Let's see. Insert image. Insert any file.
Library. Selected tool active. And Obsidian Tools panel. I do agree with the like baiting Twitter engagement with it though. What's the TLDR? The TLDR is that America is Israel. Oh, there's no vault graph here, so I made... This is just like a separate vault that I made specifically for this stream. Oh, hey. Okay, we got an export image tool. Before I click this, let me just hide the image size. 9361 by 6594. Ah, yes. Open in System Explorer. It hitched up, but oh my god, yes. Okay, this has got it. Yeah. I can, I'll post this on, let's see, where do I post this? I don't know if I want to, like, post it directly on Twitter. Because I needed to not, like... I could post it on Discord, and then I think... You give advice to fat people like me on how to lose weight. Get a bike and ride it for an hour every day if you can. Alright, I will post this in the white quarter and then copy the link to it. And then post the link in the chat. And that should be the image for the people who don't have Discord. I mean, I lost 25 pounds with the shit diet. Just from riding a lot. So. But yeah, diet is going to take you a long way, but yeah. Alright, chat. I'm going to get out of here. You enjoy the rest of your Black Friday. Please don't go shopping. Stay home. Alright, I'll see you guys.